Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Youth Forum TED Talks here in Switzerland. Today, we're joined by many youthful entrepreneurs. Let's celebrate curiosity, creativity, and the power of young voices. Every action, every thought, every initiative can create a ripple effect. Okay? So keep your minds open, keep the energy high as we dive in. I am thankful to introduce Renzo. He's part of the Cocoa Hope organization, actually the leader of it and the founder. He's reached out to our school, and we are one of many. He's helping local farmers in the Philippines, and he's funding them and creating. I myself have been part of fundraisers for this community. So Renzo, please come up. Give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey guys, everyone can hear me good? Well, alright, perfect. Over the course of the last year, I've been rejected over 1,000 times, but the type of rejection that fuels growth. Getting unanswered messages, rejections from failed projects, and just hard no's. But those rejections really helped me. They helped me work with the UN, they helped me get internships, and they helped me create real impact in my home community. This is how to get better at being rejected. Now, the first thing that I want to present to you is mindset. I want you to get into the mindset that you can do anything if you're just committed enough and motivated to understand what to do. Now, the first thing that I wanted to show you, your superpower. This is your bed. And no matter how hard you fail, crash, or even burn, you will always have a bed to go back to. There's no better time for you to invest in yourself than today because you have no loss. No matter what happens to you, you'll always have a bed to go back to. And your rejections only sting as much as you let it. Now, the second thing that I invite you to do is rethink about how you take rejection. For this project of mine, where I built a sustainable circular candle in order for my mom and sister to have a healthy candle to go back to instead of, those popular petrol candles that create carcinogens, I decided to create this instead. This is the first prototype, and by all means, it's a terrible candle. If you guys want, you can share it around the room. But that was my first try. It was enough to show that I was passionate about trying to make systemic solutions to problems, and through multiple rejections and iterations, I was able to turn it into this, which is the final product that I have here today as well. That is better catered to the problems that I was trying to solve. Thank you, Mittel. Yeah. But to do this, I had to get rejected by bee farmers. When I was asking for their waste in order to create the candles, I was just on my bike going to their houses and asking for it. I was rejected as well by COP. So you know how you have like orange juice presser machines? I asked for those wastes to scent my candles, and I had to get rejected 5 times before they actually gave me the oranges to make my candles. And I was rejected by people on the street. So I just stood with my candle on the street asking people what they wanted to see in a candle in order to make it better. And through those, I had 30 iterations of the candle before I got to this final sustainable product, which I took to the UN, was selected as a change maker, and I don't know, it's a cool 1,000 revenue a month model now. So rethink your change, and rejection can be a sign to rethink. Now, something also that can get you rejected better is having a care cause. Now, for me, this was people in my own community in the Philippines that I wanted to help, smallholder coconut farmers. And so I founded an NGO named Cocoa Hope. Many of you guys probably have heard of it if you go to ISCL. But the aim of it is to fundraise 10,000 trees for smallholder coconut farmers. That we also teach how to do integrated farming and how to intercrop their trees so that they're more sustainable and protect the environment much better. And so in doing that, we have outreached over 1,000 people for sure through the UN and IB spotlights. And from those, about 70 students from all around the world showed interest in joining the project. But through those, only about 20 ended up joining the project. And it was hard getting those rejections and sending out so many cold emails for this. But when I realized that this is actually something that is worth it, even though it is hard, every time I get a school, I'm changing at least 2 households' lives. So it made it much easier for me to uh, get rejected. And the last thing is, I think you guys need to get rejected with strategy. And for that, I developed the toddler tactics. You can't really see me on the screen here, but that's a photo of me, just a swag young kid who is trying to make the world a better place. The first thing that I invite you to do is to build in public. Toddlers, whenever they build something, they want to show everyone, right? So if you build something, make sure to show it in public. I do this through LinkedIn, but you guys can do it however you want. Also, I invite you to stay curious. When toddlers have a question, they ask everyone about it. So, yeah, they ask everyone about it. And so I encourage you to send cold emails as well to whoever you want, whether that be CEOs, researchers, etc. People who inspire you. And the best way to do that is with a 4-sentence structure. No one really tells you how to cold email, but this is my best method. Show that you've seen your work in the first sentence. Ask a relevant question. Have a third sentence where you explain who you are and why you care. And then ask just simply for a 20-minute chat. That 20-minute chat can change your life sometimes. And it's also how I got invited to Youth Forum Switzerland, which is really cool. The second thing, or third thing, is toddlers, they always love making friends, right? If you see a toddler go to a park, they leave with like 50 new friends, like 10 new boyfriends or something, I don't know. But what I invite you to do is to look at everyone as your equals, no matter if they're CEOs, experts, or just another student. Look at them as your equal and respect them as such. And just try to meet people, because it's really helpful. And lastly, if you see a toddler reaching for a cookie jar, they're trying in different ways, and many different ways. And so when you're getting rejected, make sure to do it in volume, so rejected with volume, and also make sure you do it in different ways. And after a certain point, you will succeed. I wanted to end this presentation with a quote from Robert Berendes, which I had a mentorship session with, where he told me, "You're young. It's your job to be annoying as hell." Thank you.
Wow, Renzo, what a way to start us off. Before you step off stage, would the audience members like to ask any questions? You're all good. Well, thank you so much, Renzo. You can... Oh.
Good morning. My name is Rafael. And how old are you?
I turned 17 today.
Wow.
So
Happy birthday! Thanks again, Renzo. Well, now I'll do the honors of introducing our next guest speaker, who is Alice, a Brazilian student from the Zurich International School. You can leave it up there, perfect. She has a passion for politics and international relations, and she's going to show us the power of dialogue. She's also an active MUN participant. Welcome, Alice.
Thank you. So, as you might have heard, my name is Alice Tenor, and I am a student at ZIS. And today I want to talk to you about something that we all do every day, sometimes without even realizing it. We make small choices. That's the whole point of the Youth Forum this year. From the moment we wake up, we're choosing. We're choosing what to wear, who to talk to, how we treat someone, and even what to eat. And these choices feel too small to matter. They feel insignificant, like a nothing part of our day. When we think of making a difference, we usually think of big, flashy actions like starting a charity, donating millions, or, well, giving a speech in front of hundreds of people. But every moment, every breakthrough, and every change started with something small, a single decision. That means that all of us have more power than we think. Small changes shape our lives much more than we realize, not because they're loud and dramatic, but because they're consistent. Think about the choices that you make in a regular day. Reading 30 minutes instead of scrolling on TikTok. Going to bed 20 minutes earlier or choosing to walk for 10 minutes instead of taking the bus for 2 stops. None of these feel life-changing. Sure, they might feel a little bit good, but they don't feel like they're going to impact your lives to a crazy amount. And they feel invisible. And we live in a world that today says that if something isn't huge, dramatic, and loud, then it doesn't matter. But invisibility is not weakness. When we repeat small changes over and over again, they turn into habits. And our habits are what slowly start to shape who we become. Let's say in 1 year, you save £1 a day. You'll end the year with 365 francs. If you compliment one new person a day, you'll have made 365 smiles. And if you learn one new thing a week, you'll improve yourself 52 times. These results don't come from motivation, talent, luck, but they come from consistency, from choosing to show up again and again, even when something feels boring. This is why small changes work so well. Our minds resist sudden, dramatic changes. We get overwhelmed. We quit. But slow change feels small, manageable, and we stick with it because it feels easy. Progress is rarely loud. Most of the time, it's quiet, steady, and happening when no one's watching. Now think about something. Think about a habit that you have today, good or bad. At one point, that habit started with a single small decision that didn't seem important at the time. Now, it's part of who you are. But small changes don't just stop with us. They also spread throughout our communities, with our friends, with our family. Let's say in school, one student speaks up for someone that's being bullied. Some others feel that it's okay to do the same without also getting bullied. Someone stops laughing at an offensive joke. Another follows, and suddenly that joke isn't funny anymore. This is how influence actually works. People are rarely convinced by speeches alone. They're convinced by actions that they can see and relate to, from people that they can see and relate to. And when someone makes one small positive choice, it lowers the risk for other people to do it too. It sends this message of, if they can, why can't I? And that's how change spreads. And sometimes they matter more than we know. A teacher who asks you, are you okay? A friend who says, I believe in you, you can do this. Or a stranger who smiles at you at just the right time. These moments don't make headlines, they make differences. They make differences in someone's day, and they can change how someone sees themselves. And when someone's mindset changes, so do their choices. Impact isn't about fixing everything right away or hoping for a sign. It's about small actions and reminding someone that they matter. Telling someone that they're seen, they're not alone, and that they really matter. And that can keep someone going, even when they're thinking about quitting. And this is why big change doesn't start big. It becomes big because people commit to small actions consistently. Have you guys ever seen that metaphor of the snowball rolling down the hill and it slowly becomes into an avalanche? That's how small changes work. Something that doesn't seem significant becomes something huge and no one realizes the impact that it has. But the real question isn't who can change the world, but it's who's willing to start small, like all of you today that have come to the Youth Forum and decided to start small and realize that other people are here to help you. Networking is very important, and a lot of these things come from small changes. Because what makes small choices powerful isn't the action itself, but the pattern that it makes. Research shows that a large part of what we do every day is habit-driven. This means that it slowly becomes subconscious, and that you don't even realize that you're doing it. When we repeat small actions every day, we stop seeing them as effort, and we start seeing them as identity. We stop saying, I'm trying, I'm failing. And we start saying, this is who I am, and I can do this. Big actions often fail because they demand motivation every single time. Like going to the gym in the morning. I know a lot of you have definitely tried to go to the gym and say, no, it's too early, it's 6 a.m. But when you build it into habits, you can slowly do it. Small actions rely on routine. And routine is something that we can all build. Slowly, but we can. In the end, small changes aren't just about what we do, but they're about who we become. So when you leave here today, I want you to remember this. You don't need a title, a platform, or an audience to make change. You just need the courage to do one small thing and keep doing it. Because small changes are powerful. And when combined with consistency, patience, and courage, they can change the world. So start small, start today, and never underestimate the power of small changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alice.
So
If you want to stand back up for questions,
Oh,
if the audience
yeah.
has any questions. Yeah. One over there.
Hi, my name is Chloe. My question is that can you share one small change that really made a difference for you personally? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. One small change that made a difference for me personally is joining MUN. Even though it seems like a little bit of a big step, MUN was actually something I just started sitting and listening to other people talk about diplomacy and politics, and slowly I started getting really interested, and now I am a UNICEF volunteer. I do a lot of things, and I am an active part of my school's MUN community. So that's one thing that really shaped, and with the help of my execs, my leaders, I'm very grateful. So yeah.
One more round of applause for Alice here.
Thank you.
Well, I know for sure where my daily compliment is going. Well done, Alice. Our next guest speakers will be from IZL, actually. Anushka and Amelia. Anushka's part of the football team and Amelia's part of the robotics team, and together they are doing a very good job, and they're going to show you what commitment from conversation looks like. Don't only get into a conversation, but do something after you have that conversation. Welcome.
Thank you. Many decisions we make that shape the world begin with a pause, a moment before making up your mind. Do you take action, or do you let the opportunity pass by you? The events we now refer to as history grew out of these exact moments, affecting real individuals who never imagined how long their stories would endure. History is not just dates and textbooks. It's made of people with names and families who had routines and dreams of their own.
As teenagers entering high school, we learned about some of the darkest chapters of human history. The transatlantic slave trade, the Holocaust, the Rwandan genocide, world wars, preventable injustices, and inequality. Different places, different times, different cultures. But again and again, we saw the same pattern of cruelty, silence, and dehumanization.
For us, learning about these themes made us confront a difficult question. If we know more about what humans are capable of, what is our responsibility now?
This question is what led us here today. My name is Amelia, and this is Anushka, and we run the Holocaust documentation team at IZL. Our team digitalizes documents received from the Gamera Foundation to preserve the stories of Swiss Holocaust survivors. The team was created about a year and a half ago in 2024. This was after IZL first connected with Anita Winter through YFS while inviting one of Switzerland's remaining Holocaust survivors to speak. Doing this work showed us how committing just a few hours a week still made all the difference, even though small.
You might be thinking, how does scanning a few documents make an impact? Who needs them? What purpose do they serve? Have we not already exhausted our knowledge about the Holocaust? When people hear the word documents, they often imagine piles of black and white paperwork, something distant, technical, or purely boring. But these are not just documents. They're letters between relatives, certificates of achievements, photographs of friends, and handwritten notes with genuine emotions. They're stories that carry fear, hope, loss, survival, and love.
Some of these documents are fragile, and in some cases, they are the only surviving records of a person's existence. If they are lost, entire stories and entire lives disappear with them. We preserve these documents so they can be used again for research or future historical displays, but more importantly, so future families can look back and understand where they came from, who their relatives were, and what they endured. Because when history disappears, identity disappears with it.
We can see this problem of broken historical records in other contexts as well. For example, many descendants of people from the transatlantic slave trade find that their family trees can be traced back only so far before names, locations, identities disappear from the archive. Enslaved people were rarely recorded as individuals in official documents. This is why preserving documents, testimonies, and personal stories matters. Because without them, it becomes much harder for later generations to understand who came before them and what was taken from them.
On January 24th, we are organizing an exhibition in Zug sharing stories of Holocaust survivors' personal anecdotes during the Holocaust. They will be displayed on posters given to us from the Gamral Foundation. The exhibition is held in honor of the 81st Holocaust Remembrance Day on January 27th.
Our exhibition will remind people of the injustices of our past, so we may reflect on them and ensure the same mistakes are not repeated. An important challenge when considering the political conflicts and injustices of today. We're doing this not because we feel qualified or because it's easy, but because we care. Caring isn't passive. Caring demands action from you. Sometimes taking action for something you care about shows up in small moments when you're asked to step up.
Actually, when we were first asked to do this, our initial reaction was, that sounds really scary. We were working during homeroom when our teacher, Ms. Guillet, came up and asked if it would be possible for us to present at YFS. And at the time, we already had our exhibition coming up, and there was so much to be done. We also had our other commitments we'd made to YFS just to add on to the stress.
It would have been very easy to say no, to say we weren't ready, to say we were too busy, to say maybe next time. But then we realized something. We weren't saying no because we didn't care. We were saying no because we were uncomfortable.
And so we made a decision. We weren't going to waste such a valuable opportunity just because it scared us or because it meant giving up our time. So here we are.
A lot of the time, we dodge opportunities because we think we can't handle them, because of our age, or because we put comfort first and try to avoid stress. We tell ourselves that when we're older, more experienced, or more confident, then we'll be able to make a difference.
People often tell us we as youth are the future. But the truth is we matter now. Youth brings curiosity, it brings empathy and humility, all of which are both rare and powerful. We should embody a willingness to act before things become someone else's problem. By taking action and remembering the past, we can help make sure that injustices from history are not repeated today or in the future.
So why not take action now? Do what you want to do. Take that first uncomfortable step, even if it's a small one, because that's how change begins. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, just simply great. Anyone have any questions from the audience? Please feel free.
Thank you for your speech. I'm Roy from Iceburn. Do you think it's better to document Holocaust in specific rather than to talk about general genocides that happened in history, like other genocides too?
That is, of course, important. This is just our specific role as we are partnered with the Gamral Foundation, who specifically targets Holocaust survivors of Switzerland. So yes, it's important to remember all of the genocides and all of the wrongdoings of history, but our specific part in that is with the Holocaust.
And it was just an opportunity that we were presented with that we chose to take on.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Very nice speech. My question is, what are you looking forward for your exhibition in Zug?
Yes, we are looking forward to it.
And we're presenting in Metali, and there are going to be a lot of Holocaust survivor Switzerland stories.
Yeah.
So.
Well, before closing the speech, one last round of applause, please. Alice, no. Stay up there, please, if you would do me the favor. Alice and Renzo, if you guys would also come up. Amelia and Anushka, thank you so much for that speech. I know I could have avoided a lot of stress by not taking this opportunity. You don't have a mic anymore? You can take mine. So I would just like to ask each of you one question before we end this. So if we step here, because I don't want to block the projector. So Renzo, first one's for you. You're creating climate solutions that I'm part of even, that are both impactful and profitable. What's one simple action that any student could take now to help the environment? You want to stand behind the tape?
In
Sure.
front of the tape.
Oh, okay. I think that everyone should start by looking for problems.
I think that a lot of people build solutions without actually understanding the problem, and they end up making the problem worse. So if you care about something, find that problem, and then generate a solution that really works in your favor and works to actually make the world a better place. That's my advice.
Alice, I have two for you. So, you focus on dialogue and small actions to create global impact. Can you share one small change that you made and made a big difference on your life?
That's a great question. I'm an active member of CISV, which is a volunteer organization. And for me, it made a very big impact. I travel to a lot of places around the world with my family and just with friends, and I meet people from all around. And it's just a great experience, and that's just one thing that I do. And I love volunteering and meeting new people, and it's very important to have dialogue nowadays.
How has growing up in multiple cultures influenced the way you approach politics and global issues?
That's also a great question. As a Brazilian American, I was always too Brazilian for the Americans and too American for the Brazilians. So it's always like trying to find like a happy medium, a happy middle, and be okay with being a different person, because you don't have to be too Brazilian, too American. You can just be yourself and you'll find your people, and that's enough.
Great. Does anyone have any questions? Otherwise, I can ask Amelia and Anushka for Renzo. Anyway.
Oh, there's a
Amelia, I can't see with the light, sorry.
Hello, I'm Roy again. I think you know from Milan. Like for politics, I was thinking about like suffrage or like right to vote. And do you think it should be expanded like to us, like for the right to vote?
For young people?
Yep.
I believe that young people should have the ability to vote on like issues, especially like in the UN, and should have more of a voice. But I do think that the voting age of 18 in most places is like standard, because as well as like if you are voting at like 12 or 13, you might not be fully knowledgeable, and some people might end up voting in the other category for some people that should not be put into presidency. But I do believe that it's important for young people to be talking about issues and have dialogue and be able to vote on certain things.
So Anushka and Amelia, you guys stated that Ms. Guillet came to you guys and asked you to do this, and you guys were scared at the start, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you guys were comfortable because you've done this project before. How did this project come along?
So we were first connected with this project from Mr. Tattle, who met Anita through the YFS. I don't know if any of you came last year. We had a speaker who was a Holocaust survivor. And then he got us in this role, and we didn't start as leaders, but the more we read and the more we learned through the scanning and reading the different documents, the more connected we felt, and the more we decided we wanted to put more effort into this project, and it was important to us. And so then we got the role.
Right. Does anyone have any questions for Renzo, Alice, Anushka, Amelia, anyone?
This is a question for Anushka and Amelia. So, do you think you'd ever consider? I should introduce myself. My name is Bella, and I'm from United States Carey Academy. Do you think you would ever consider interviewing survivors or families of survivors, and then having those audio records as kind of like, I don't know, like data as well to collect for your project?
Other members of our team actually did that last year, and there's some of we're basically taking posters provided from the UN, and they have quotes, specific anecdotes from like the survivors when they were in the Holocaust, and those are taken from interviews like the ones you're talking about. So yeah, we might continue that if we want more information.
Anyone else? Yeah, again?
Then I want to ask Alice about then how can we be generally represented in politics even if we don't have a right to vote or to
Yeah, that's
Interesting question.
a very good point. So for me, at least in my experience, I volunteer with UNICEF, and that's a really good way. And Renzo here worked with the UN, as I've heard, and that's just a way. Getting involved and reaching out is one way that we can be represented, even though we should have more representation already. It should be baseline for us to be able to talk about our feelings, what we go through, especially with such powerful organizations like the UN. So it's really important to talk about global issues, but as well as not being too immature to make bad decisions. We have to be holding ourselves accountable. And even things like this are really important for us to be represented. The Youth Forum Switzerland is an amazing way to just like reach out and talk about issues. So that's just one way. But yeah, if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out.
Well, I don't see any more questions, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you so much. Now you guys can sit down. One last round of applause for our guest speaker and some local speakers as well. I don't think there's anything left for me to say. I think we've seen the power of the youth represented by our 4 speakers here. I just know that for me, small changes also are very impactful. And I know that replacing fear with motivation is something that all of us can do. It's easier said than done, but with one small change, like all of my friends here said, it can be done. Well, the session is coming to an end, and I would like to thank you all, and of course, the audience. So, thank you for listening, reflecting, and engaging, of course. This session has shown us that big changes do often start small. One idea, one action, and one step at a time. Let's take the energy and inspiration from today and remember, even the smallest change can create a ripple that leads to something extraordinary. Go out there and make your small changes count. You guys have I think you guys have a long time to get back to your next panel. So yeah, enjoy the day and make small changes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to session 2. You might have already seen me. I'm the MC for the day. This one is about human rights and inclusion. So we have an incredible lineup of young leaders, innovators, and change makers for us today, ready to teach us some stuff. Let's celebrate curiosity, creativity, and the power of young voices to make a difference. And remember, there's no such thing as a small idea. Every action, every thought, every initiative can create a ripple effect. So let's keep our minds open and our energy high as we dive in. I would like to introduce Andrew Kemp, a national board certified educator and experiential learning designer. He creates global learning programs that connect curriculum, culture, community, and empower young minds. Please welcome him up on stage.
Thanks, Mark. I haven't been called young so many times in one sentence for a while. Thank you for that, Mark. So I'm here today to talk to you guys about experiential learning. Before we get started, you guys are going to have to talk to each other and use your brains. I'm sorry if you wanted to just sit here. Before we get started, I want you to talk to someone next to you about that phrase, experiential learning, right? Everyone in this room is a learner, whether you're an adult or a student. What does experiential learning mean to you? What pops into your head when you hear that phrase? You got to talk to each other. Take like 10 seconds and wrap up your thoughts. All right, now for the courage test. Who feels like shouting out something that came up in their conversation? Yeah, you can shout it out. Okay, awesome. Let's get one to two more quick ideas up here. Yes, applause. What else? Sorry, I can't really see hands, so you got to call out. Yeah. Okay, new experiences that we learn from. Amazing. And yeah, I see a hand in the light. Sorry about that.
When I think about experiential learning, I think about just doing things that like are hands-on and really have like a bigger impact than just sitting in the classroom and like learning from like a board.
Amazing. So all of you have been a part of experiential learning opportunities. In fact, all of you are in one right now, right? Doing something that's outside of sort of a conventional learning environment that allows you to experiment, try new things, engage with new ideas, use new skills. All right. Talk to each other real fast. What do you see here? What's happening? 10 seconds. In the interest of time, I'm just going to shout out a few things I heard from the audience. I heard forced smiles. I heard matching t-shirts. I heard cleaning up the beach. I heard some kind of environmental cleanup thing. A lot of people, when they think about an experiential learning opportunity, think about something like this, right? Matching t-shirts, a group of people from a school or from another community who are kind of disconnected, right? Engaged in something that they see as service. So these people could be anywhere in the world. This beach could be anywhere in the world. Obviously, cleaning up trash, picking up trash has a positive impact on communities, but these people, we can assume since their t-shirts match, are just interacting with each other, right? They're not really expanding beyond the people that they already entered into this situation with. So all of your schools, I know there are many schools represented here today, all of your schools engage in experiential learning in some way, right? They hope to produce future global leaders. They hope to help you learn about the real world, help you develop new skills, empathy, leadership, and help you to engage beyond those IB exams, AP exams, whatever those sort of external priorities that are forced upon you by the powers that be might be. But experiential learning also comes with risks. So there's a real question about whether you're engaging, when you go out into the world to engage in service, are you engaging in service so that you can learn, so that you can try new ideas, so that you can develop new skills? Or are you approaching it with the idea that you're there to help other people, right? They're going to benefit from you, and you're not there to grow from them. Experiential learning can offer experiences without context. If we fly people from a really privileged and wealthy environment into an area that we've decided externally needs help, right? That can lead to actions taking place that can be hurtful, can be harmful, and we can even reinforce negative stereotypes. So, and MC, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to run around with the mic again in a sec. I want you to take a look at 3 projects that we have helped schools to improve. So this is before any of our intervention, but these are 3 things that schools in Europe, the Middle East, or Asia have done as experiential learning opportunities, and they're not bad, right? This isn't about what's good or bad, but they all sort of like miss an opportunity. So I'm gonna talk you through them, and I want you to talk with your neighbors about what missed opportunities or what misunderstandings do we think could be reinforced by some of these projects. So the first one, wealthy school from Dubai travels to Tanzania to paint a school. School gets painted. What could be missing from that experience? Talk to each other, sorry, not hands. Ten seconds. Three, 2, 1. Anyone want to share something that came up? Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Getting your steps in, man.
These students aren't interacting with the actual other students from the school, and they're just like painting, which like obviously can be helpful, but getting like that real like engagement with the other people can help them understand like what their lives are like there, because these people's lives are like so different.
Yeah, good inference. In this experience, there were no local students at the school for the whole
That's
project.
a small change that can make a big impact.
Oh, it is. Anything else? Anyone else? It's all right.
I can't.
Yeah. Can you
Where?
see? I don't know. I'm blind. All right. Another piece is that missing context, right? These students didn't know why they were in Tanzania, right? Like, why was that the location that needed this painting done? Another piece is that you could argue these students are taking away potential jobs from people who would have loved to be paid to paint that school, right? So again, it was a valuable service opportunity for students, could have been more valuable. School from London travels to the Balkans to learn about less privileged parts of Europe. That was the stated goal. What could be missing or problematic about that experience? Talk to each other. All right, quickly, someone shout out a revelation of genius. Yes, you don't like shouting out. Oh, don't shout out, I lied. Take a mic.
So what I think, it's like the people from London, they're not really interacting with the people in poverty. They're just studying them, or, yeah.
Yeah, studying people versus engaging with communities. Really, really great. Anyone else? I can see you now.
Yeah.
There's people here. Oh, man. Run. Well, he's getting back there. Yeah, right? Seeing people as communities that we can learn from and connect with, as opposed to just visiting a community or observing a community, that's a very different vibe, right? If someone says they want to hang out with you, that is a much more two-way street, sort of consensual interaction than someone saying, hey, I'd like to study you for a week, right? That's a little bit uncomfortable. Did we get a mic back there?
Yeah, we have one here.
Wait, oh, yeah, sorry.
I feel like it also plays into sort of negative stereotypes because you're deciding externally like these are disadvantaged communities, whereas in like every society there's sort of a mix. So it's like sort of reinforcing those stereotypes, I'd say.
Yeah. You may be aware the UK, like many parts of the world, has a really complicated narrative about immigration going on. And so just taking people on a journey to visit quote unquote disadvantaged people can build empathy and understanding, but it can also reinforce problematic and untrue stereotypes from the media, social media, and other sources. Good. Was there someone else back there? Or are we?
Yeah.
Just
labeling them as disadvantaged might just be reducing what the root cause is, and just might not be engaging people into understanding what that root cause of the disadvantage is.
Absolutely, right? If I say that someone is disadvantaged, right? If you label me as disadvantaged, you would be thinking about me primarily through that lens, not about the systems that got me there, not about my own experiences. You're also thinking about me as a disadvantaged person in the long term. All right, I'm gonna skip this guy. So the goal, the real goal of experiential learning is to give you an opportunity to learn with communities, right? The idea of today is that you're contributing things in conversation as well as gaining things from conversation with other people. And that should be the central goal of experiential learning opportunities, right? Not to go and provide painting to a school, not to go and learn about or study another group of people, but to engage in a meaningful exchange with those people. So let me just run you through some programs that can do that a little bit differently. Inspirational quote. Students traveling to Rwanda to learn about how Rwanda recovered from the genocide that took place there in 1994, how justice was served, and more importantly, how communities came together after that conflict to rebuild their country. All communities around the world, unfortunately, are dealing with these narratives around division versus integration and a community spirit, right? And what's really interesting about this is that students, so we take probably 4 or 5 groups of students a year to Rwanda. Students have noticed over the last few years that social media, for example, plays a major role in whether people feel included or excluded. I'm sure that's not shocking to you young people, right? The radio was a major part of the conflict in 1994. And so our students who travel here have been saying, wow, if the radio can cause something as dangerous as a genocide and human rights violations in Rwanda, imagine how much more dangerous social media messaging can be, or how powerful, right, as a unifying force. Studying international law and its implementation or lack thereof in the West Bank, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv, right? So again, going beyond something that's fully theoretical to looking at how something plays out in practice in the world. Where are we successful? Where are there challenges, right? Students aren't there to explain to people who live in these places how things should function, but rather to learn how they do. And thinking about how to solve climate change, global crisis, but Male in the Maldives is one of the most densely populated places on Earth, and it's becoming progressively more densely populated as sea levels rise. As you can see, there's not much space for people to move to, right? So working with communities to test solutions, to see how progress can be made in a country with really, really fixed space issues. So that got weird. What I would encourage all of you to do, whether your schools have international experiential learning opportunities, whether you're involved in service clubs that do experiential learning within your communities, the biggest thing students can do to make these more successful and more positive is to use your voices, right? Ask your teachers, ask providers of these experiences what the goals are. And if there's anything that like makes you wonder, makes you a little bit uncomfortable, voice that, because everyone who's building these experiences for you is doing it so that they can have a positive impact on you and your learning. Work with partners who have a background in education and aren't just running tours. And this is a really big one for students and adults. Stop seeing your experiential learning opportunities as something that's secondary to your learning, right? So whether it's a week without walls, whether it's the service club that you engage in all year, that should be really central to what you're doing. Your teachers want to know what you're doing on those experiences, right? If you're learning how to rock climb, your physics teacher would love to talk to you about that, right? And to think about how that can be integrated between what you're doing in your life and what you're doing in terms of your classroom learning. So really engage with it as something that's central and important to what you're doing in school. When people have these opportunities, learning can jump out into like a meaningful career. So one of the most exciting things that I get to see with students that we work with in some of these programs is hearing from them about how these experiences shaped their careers or their intended careers, right? Going from, I wanted to be a doctor because my parents are doctors and I feel like I should be one, to I want to be a doctor and work in these communities. I want to be a doctor and do research around how to benefit or engage meaningfully with certain communities. Yep, I said that already. So, I'm around all day, and I would love to talk to anyone about what experiential learning looks like in their schools, in their lives, and think about how we can build those next steps, right? So if you're a student leader, and all of you are in some way, what are you engaging with? What are you wondering about? And where do you want to go with it? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Yeah, if you would like to step up. Well, I know that experiential learning in our school can be seen. We can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 blue hoodies, which is, as you said, matching. Our next guests are from Atlantic Pacific. They are leaders in search and rescue, Rahim and Theo. They put their skills into actions. They put their skills into action on mission in the Central Mediterranean, and they save lives. Now you can please welcome them up on stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Raheem. This is Theo. Thank you, Mark, for that introduction. So today we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about what we do, where we came from, where we come from, and hopefully by the end of it answer a couple questions. So we're going to start in our theme. It's supposed to be a TED Talk, and we do boats, so we're going to showboat. Nice, right? Pretty cool boat.
So just in case you needed a reminder, my name is Raheem. My journey with Atlantic Pacific started in 2021. I was offered a year's contract as an intern, and due to a change in circumstances, I've now been told that I'm unable to leave AP ever.
So again, my name is Theo. You're going to be reminded a couple times. I started as an intern in 2022, originally with no contract. That's now changed. And much like Raheem, I've never left and probably never going to leave. I'm from the north of Vietnam, so I was born in north of Vietnam, in Hanoi. If any of you have been to Vietnam, it's a pretty big city. And this is a picture of the lane behind the house that I grew up in.
So I grew up on the other side of the world. I grew up in London, specifically northwest London, in a place called Somers Town. That's a picture of the housing estate I grew up in. And yeah, it's not particularly pretty, but it's home.
This is a little picture of where we operate in South Wales. So for any of you that came to see us at the beginning of your school year, you might recognize this landscape. In the background, you can see Raheem at the helm of the boat, and the back of my head, which is always really nice to look at. So, what is AP?
So AP is a non-profit organization, and we were initially founded in response to the tsunami that happened in Japan in 2011. Despite Japan being an island a similar size to the UK, they don't actually have a lifeboat service. So if you get into trouble at sea, and the people that generally get into trouble in sea in Japan are fishermen and children, there's nobody to come and rescue you. Their Coast Guard asset is strictly military. So yeah, if you get into trouble at sea, it very much is your own problem. So after the tsunami, our CEO went over to Japan and did some research and quickly came across the problem. So one of our goals in Japan specifically is to establish their first volunteer-run lifeboat service. Our broader goal is to combat global drowning, and we aim to do that through training people. We train a wide range of people. Obviously, we work with some of you guys that are in the room now. But mainly, I'd say we work with aspiring humanitarians that want to go and combat global drowning in the Mediterranean.
So hopefully by the end of our little 15-minute talk, you will have the answer to this question. How do you go from caring about an issue to being operationally useful?
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey into AP and what AP's done for me and where it's taken me. So as I said, I started as an intern in 2021, and way before that, I grown up in Somers Town. As I mentioned, it's not a particularly nice part of London. And growing up, I made choices that had set me on a path that wasn't leading anywhere good. But we won't get into the details of all of that. I'm here to tell you how an opportunity and enacting small change can very much, like wholeheartedly, it can change your life. So I went to school in South London, and then I went on to study in a sixth form college in Islington, which is North London for anyone that's curious. I studied engineering. It was meant to be a 2-year course, and I only managed a year. After my first year, I was like, this isn't for me. And I decided that I wanted to work. So I threw myself into work wholeheartedly. I've worked in the admissions officer for secondary school. I was a youth motocross instructor. I've done gas and plumbing work. I've delivered pizzas. For anyone that knows what John Lewis is, I worked in John Lewis. It's basically a big department store. I used to sell TVs. The point I'm trying to make is that I've had my fair share of jobs. And whilst all of these made me incredibly skilled, it didn't give me any direction. I had no clue what I wanted to do with myself. That changed when I discovered AP. So I was 19 when I started with AP. And initially, like I said, I was only meant to be there for a year. In my first year, I learned like basic maritime skills, how to tie knots, how to drive a boat. And I completely fell in love with AP. I was like, this is the stuff. This is where I should be. This is where I want to be. I was fortunate enough after my first year to be offered the role of technical assistant. And I stayed in that role for 2 years. So whilst I was a technical assistant, I learned a bit more about how boats function and how they work, and more importantly, like some of the responsibilities when you're in charge of a boat that you may not necessarily take into account initially. Because you obviously have a sense of responsibility, and everyone's safety is very much in my hands if you're on my boat. And then past that, I took a bit more of an interest. I mean, I've always had an interest in engines, but outboard engines I'd never worked on, never had any experience. Motorbikes are the coolest thing for as long as I'm alive, even now. But boats are pretty cool. So yeah, I threw myself into learning about outboards completely. And that was, so I was a technical assistant for 2 years. And then after those 2 years, I was offered the role of technical coordinator, which is the role I'm in now. So now I'm very much responsible for all of AP's boats, which is Atlantic Pacific, just in case anyone got that lost in translation. So yeah, I'm in charge of the boats, the engines, the kit, and it's all my responsibility. But alongside that, I'm also an instructor for Atlantic Pacific, meaning I help deliver RYA, which is Royal Yachting Association courses, as well as in-house developed search and rescue courses. If there's one thing I really want to highlight is the fact that I'm not for a moment saying that education isn't important or not an essential part of your development as a person, but I've never been to school for any of the like engine work I can do. It's all self-taught. I've been taking stuff apart and putting it back together since about 5 or 6. And I told my boss, Robin, a small white lie in my interview. I told him that I had loads of experience working on outboard engines. I didn't, but I could take a bike apart and put it back together. So I thought to myself, they can't be that different. So just give it a go. And lo and behold, it paid off. And I'm still with AP. It's been 6 years now. But
6 whole years.
Yeah, so I'll pass over to Theo now. That's enough about me.
So I'm going to remind you one more time, my name is Theo, and I'm from Vietnam. So like I said, my journey started officially in 2022, but I would like to say it probably started way back when I was younger. I moved around a lot, and although I was growing up on the other side of the world to Raheem, I think we made very similar life choices, which might have put me on a difficult path if I continued with those choices. But I got the chance to go to Atlantic College, which is part of the United World College Group in Wales, which is where I first discovered Atlantic Pacific. At Atlantic College, you get selected to join the course of Atlantic Pacific. I was not selected, but I persisted. It was something that I really wanted to do. The reason I went to Atlantic College was because they had such a foundation around the sea, and I've never been good in school, and so AP is why I went. So I persisted and I kept going to the sessions even though I wasn't really supposed to be there. I'd skip my other sessions to go to AP. And when I graduated, I was supposed to become an intern, but that was during COVID, so that didn't happen. I ended up working a couple of jobs. I did construction and then decided, you know what, education's not that bad, let's go to uni. Was there for 2 weeks. Yeah. 2 whole weeks at the University of Amsterdam. After that, when I left university, I had to get a job. So I got a job as a bartender. And 2 years later, I was managing that club. Woke up one morning and decided that I don't want to manage a club anymore. I want to be awake during the day and not during the night. So I emailed Robin and begged him to take me back. He said, come back and we'll give you an internship, but we don't have space for a contract. So I came back in 2022, started the internship, and I am now the search and rescue coordinator for Atlantic Pacific. So I am responsible for organizing the training, keeping it relevant, keeping it up to date, which is relevant. But if we do big scenarios, which you need to do in training, I'm in theory the person who's responsible for that. With all the training that I got from Atlantic Pacific, I've now also been to the Central Med to deal with the small boat crisis. So my next mission or rotation is in February. I've worked with NGOs like Sea-Watch and SOS Mediterranean. And much like Raheem, I think it's important, education, but I think it's more important to find what drives you and just go for it. A lot of people talk about big plans. It's important to figure out what you're going to do in the small term. I have ADHD as heck, so I don't plan tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm going to do in 15 minutes. But anyways, we have a couple pictures now of us. At the bottom left, you've got me after a capsize drill. So part of the training that we have to do is artificially turn a boat over and then right it again. So that's a capsize drill. You've got me at the top of the slipway looking absolutely glamorous. Then next to that picture in the middle, you've got me teaching students at Atlantic College. Below that is Raheem and I putting up a flagpole. And the one next to that, I don't know if you can see, but the white helmet at the back, that's me pushing Raheem.
So I'll talk you through what I'm doing in some of these pictures. So I'll continue where Theo left off. That's me landing one of our larger boats during a summer school final exercise. Over to the left and one up, that's me also teaching about engines during a summer school. The one above that, I was teaching a summer course in Japan in 2022. So I won't get too much into what AP does in Japan, but the sense of it is that we're trying to re-engage the community with the sea, you can imagine after a tsunami, it's probably they're not gonna have the best relationship with the sea. So we're trying to re-engage them with that, and it's really targeted at the youth because I mean that's where change happens. I'm really trying to avoid that one. Bottom right, that's me teaching casualty care in Wales. I'm just going to let you know, as me and Theo are casualty care certified, but we tend to stay away from actually delivering cas care, so please no accidents.
We're not insured here. That's the excuse for giving. Reason.
The one above is me teaching at our base in London. That's a RYA course. And last but not least, the lovely picture next to it is me emerging from what I affectionately call the void, which is the gap between the hull, which is the bottom of the boat, and the deck. Being one of the smaller people at AP, it's often my job to be sent down there, to reattach a foot strap or rescue a spanner. But it's part and parcel of the job. But I won't whinge too much about it because the rest of it is phenomenal.
The last picture we want to show you is what Raheem and I often look like when we're actually training, looking at an engine slightly in anger and in confusion. And finally, we're going to show you a video. So we try to answer this question, and if they haven't answered it yet, this video hopefully will. This is the video that we presented to our students at Atlantic College at the beginning of their time with us in the attempt to recruit them to our cause.
Just before you start, so just a quick disclaimer, there are a couple of images in this video that you may find distressing, so feel free to get up and leave. We're not going to take any offense to that at all.
Oh my goodness. Mark, I don't know if we have any time for questions. Yeah. So if you guys have any questions about anything that's been said,
yeah, just raise your hand and I'll come to you. Sorry.
If your answer's not answered, we'll be around all day. So please feel free, come have a little chat with us. No questions.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Theo and Raheem.
Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like a very round of applause. Please. Step out. Sounds like a very interesting thing to connect with them about after this. Also, if you're a part of the IZL community and you can sign up for a trip next year, it does seem like a very interesting choice. Well, now for our last speakers of the session, Chloe and David from the... Donald and Chloe from Yu Chung International School in Hong Kong. As student leaders and advocates, they are committed to a project that they have, Compassionate Systems. So please welcome them on stage.
Mic test, mic test.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me?
Hello.
Up. Let's play around
Oh,
with
yeah.
the clicker first, just in case. Awesome.
Okay.
So, hello everyone. I'm Chloe.
And I'm Donald. And today we would like to talk about the fourth member of a family.
So I know it's such a weird title, and you guys might be a little confused and be like, "What is this talk about?" So before this, let's introduce a little bit about ourselves, and let's start with a question: are any of you from Hong Kong? Raise your hand if you're from Hong Kong.
Okay. The people from our
that's my
school. Yeah.
That's my school.
Okay.
Or are any of you ever been to Hong Kong? Oh, see, that's quite
That's
a lot.
That's good. That's good.
So, anyways, because we have nothing to show off, you know, that group has such like a wonderful boat, and then we have nothing. So basically, we're gonna show off that we're from Hong Kong. So, okay. Anyways, one of the things about being a Hong Konger is that we're classified as a typical Asian. And what does that mean? Let's take a look.
So, okay. Well, in a typical Asian family, sorry, that's not what I'm supposed to say. Wherever we go, we often face a lot of stereotypes because people often see and think of Hong Kongers as very typical Asians, and we have a typical family. So what does a family look like?
First of all, we have a mom. So basically, a Marvel mom that handles like 5,000 jobs simultaneously. 1 second, she could be on a phone call gossiping. Next second, she could be checking your math grades. And then that's why we call her the tiger mom, because she could be really scary. But however, she's also the one that's upholding the entire family.
That's true. And with a tiger mom, obviously we have a textbook kid. So the kid with maxed out extracurriculars, all A stars across all subjects, and has been a chess grandmaster since 12. And we obviously can't forget the I've only slept for 3 hours expression, which we see every single day. So these are common things we see in the family.
And last of all, we have the dad. Yes, dad. Just the dad. Nothing much about it.
Okay. Damn, the slide is actually messed up. Okay, so, well, yet, even though we talked about the family of 3 people, in Hong Kong, there's actually a little around 330,000 families with a 4th member holding up and helping them in the background away from the spotlight. Now, these are the domestic workers or helpers. So I think some of you guys are familiar with the term, but in order for us to actually introduce them and explain it properly, a normal family diagram like we did before won't suffice. We need to dig deeper into their mind, which is why we have a diagram here. So, Chloe, do you want to explain it?
Sure. So look at this. We have what's on their mind and what's in their mind. So on their mind, we have the daily task, like you do laundry, you do cooking, and you do cleaning. But in the mind, that's a little more. What we see there is a house, a family, and even an airplane. Why is that? Because these are not just local domestic workers, they're migrant domestic workers from Indonesia and Philippines all the way to Hong Kong. So what's currently in their mind that they keep rethinking of is the children back at home, is the loan that they're repaying for, the dream that they're saving for, and even the family that they're supporting for.
Now, these are not only the struggles which they're experiencing. There is also a wide array of different problems which they have to deal with every single day. First, lack of living space. Hong Kong is one of the most densely populated places in the world. So you can sort of imagine how small the apartments are. And discrimination by locals. A lot of people look down on them. And obviously, from their employers, they also receive a lot of threats and abuse, which are very inhumane. And they also have economic exploitation, a lot of them working below the minimum wage. And we obviously can't forget the family separation. They only get a holiday once every 2 years to go back to their family, and this is a problem.
So usually we think of these from like a dystopia movie. We never really thought that was going to be true until we came across these real cases.
Okay, so the first case, Francis. This is a real case, by the way. He's a 22-year-old Filipino living in the Philippines, and his mom has been working as a migrant domestic worker in Hong Kong for 18 years, so since he was 4. And as a result, he was able to study, get a degree, but his mom, surviving on his mom's salary of 4,000 Hong Kong dollars every month, which is around, give or take, 400 Swiss franc every month. So it's quite small and quite little.
And moreover, we also have Sally, a pregnant migrant domestic worker, in Hong Kong who was fired by her employer and also the father of the child after refusing to abort the baby.
So we want to point out that this is not just a social issue anymore. It is about a son missing his mom, and it is about a baby's life nearly getting taken away. So these are basically, we basically want to undermine the issue of how basic human rights are being broken and stretched to the very limits in Hong Kong.
So we came over this quote that we actually heard from a migrant domestic worker. She said, "When employers see me, they see a helper. They don't see a mother, a daughter, or a person with a degree. They don't see that my heart is in two countries at once."
So oftentimes these migrant domestic workers, they experience a lot of segregation, like we mentioned before. They are often called names by locals, and one very good example, typical example is ase, which is a derogatory term, saying the fourth person. This sort of links back to our family diagram of three people and explains how, and highlights how they're often excluded from an image of a family, and they're often seen as an outsider, even though they provide a lot.
Moreover, you could see from the mind of a migrant domestic worker, quite a lot of them actually correlate with the role of a mother, but no one really cares about it. And these, the segregation and the neglection, are deeply embedded into our society, yet brought up to the surface and commonized so much to the fact that we never even realized that it was a form of dehumanization.
So how can we approach this? We thought not everybody can change the law, but everybody can get their perspective changed. So this is why we're doing this, hoping to raise awareness and share more about what's going on.
So here's our approach, changing from the roots. We started off with hosting interactive assemblies to youth. So basically we delivered all these interactive sessions to primary school kids, younger than us a lot. We hosted book reading assemblies, talking and introducing about domestic workers to achieve systemic change, changing from the roots, changing their perspective towards domestic workers.
And to take a step further, we hosted a donation drive at our high school with our whole team over there, and we hope to gain. We were able to actually raise a lot of money to purchase supplies for and support these migrant domestic workers who are pregnant. And when the opportunity came, last year we were able to go on the TED stage to actually bring this issue to a much larger audience and raise awareness. And I feel like it was a pretty success. It was a good success.
Yes, definitely. And currently we're working on a new project called the Sunday Artisan Fund, which we arrange free classes to these migrant domestic workers, aiming to empower them through selling their handcrafted projects to generate self-income.
Okay, so a bit about dehumanization, Chloe mentioned on a couple of slides back. We sort of want to visualize it. We can sort of visualize it into three sections using the iceberg. So in the top layer is the function. So what these migrant domestic workers actually function as in our society, which is as a helper, caring, cooking, and cleaning after all of us. And in the middle layer is the reality. So what they actually think. Well, not only are they our helper, but they're also a mother, and they're the breadwinners of their family back home. And in the bottom layer are the mental models, which are the embedded assumptions and biases which us locals of Hong Kong or other people have towards them.
And therefore, our goal is to replace the bottom layer, the mental models. Right now, we view them as helpers, but no longer that we're viewing them as helpers. We introduced them to you guys, the fourth person, and now we're replacing it. We want to see them as mothers, heroes, and also the rights owner.
Okay, so to end off, we basically, we know we're in Switzerland right now and everything we said is from Hong Kong, so you might feel it's very distant and not related, but we believe that the principle is the same, is that everyone should be treated equally regardless of their background.
Yes. And one last thing. So I want to ask you guys a question. In your community, who is this person that's in the iceberg? Who is really important yet overlooked? And who would you introduce to us? I'm Chloe.
And I'm Donald.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Super powerful. Well, thank you for What a way to close out this session. Thank you so much. Take that. Well, we're running a bit short on time, so we're not going to be able to bring up the speakers, but you can feel free now. Some of you might have a lunch session. The speakers will be sticking around for the whole day. So if you have any questions, any chance to connect, you can get it. Donald, I'm sorry about that. Maybe we can call the fourth person David if you want. We can name him David. So yeah, to end it out, thank you to all our incredible speakers for sharing their ideas and stories, and thank you to everyone here for listening, the audience. It wouldn't be possible without you guys. This session has proven that big changes often start small. We saw as Raheem and Theo were impacted by one change and now are happy and their lives have been changed forever. Let's take the energy and inspiration from today and remember that even the small change can create a ripple that leads to something extraordinary. Go out there and make your small changes count. You guys have a lunch session now. If you have another panel, you guys can attend to that. Otherwise, if you want to connect with the speakers, you can go to the cafeteria. We have an arts factory that has an arts thing and a marketplace on the other side of the campus. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Youth Forum TED Talks. We're in our last session. Thank you for joining us. Some of you might already be tired of my voice. My voice is a little bit tired. Oh, my fault. I'll be your MC for today. We have an incredible lineup of young leaders, innovators, and change makers ready to share their ideas with us. Let's celebrate curiosity, creativity, and the power of small changes. And remember, there's no such thing as a small idea. Every action, every thought, and every initiative can create ripple effects. So let's keep our minds open and our energy high. Let's welcome our first speaker, Tanish Marwaha. He's a student at IZL who aspires to mathematically model complex systems to inform policy in areas such as inequality, ecology, and institutional design. Thank you, Tanish.
Thank you. All right, hello everyone. How are you? Good. So my talk is on social innovation specifically. And I've developed a 3-step framework that I think will be easy for you guys to adopt, understand, and then through the end of it, I pinky promise you guys can become global change makers. So first step is recognizing these issues. Now this is super important, right? We live in a world where we see multinational corporations, billionaires, and other figures continue to exploit and drain our natural resources. We see political prisoners being taken. We see war, famine, genocide. And it's essential that we recognize these issues and recognize the problems behind them before we develop our solutions. And this is symmetric across all types of innovation. But in this key, specifically for social innovation, it is important to recognize these as social issues that require change. Because only with change will we be able to progress. And it is our responsibility, mine and yours both, to focus our educational and professional development towards developing solutions towards these social issues. So here I have a few examples. She's someone that's part of an Iranian protest. And if you guys haven't been paying attention to the news recently, I strongly suggest you do. Iran has been under quite severe theocracy, which has been sort of limiting the rights of specifically women. And right now, we see protests in the masses. And that is one way that you can make social change through resistance. This is an example, the one in the middle, is an example of an IZL mission to the Himalayas, where we send students to go set up solar panels and rocket stoves to empower smaller communities. The one on the very left is an example within our school. It's a tutoring organization set up to help empower younger students and connect tutors and tutees together to foster a better collaborative environment and remove the stigma of peer-to-peer tutoring. And throughout this all, what started was recognizing the need for change, recognizing that we cannot continue to stay silent and allow these problems to persist. The next part immediately follows recognizing these issues, and that is understanding the impact. And within that, it means learning to care. Learning to care about these problems, learning to care about what your solutions can offer. There's 2 branches of impact. Impact of the problems and the impact that you may bring in, or you and your friends may bring in towards a better, safer, more equitable future. And you need to care. Care about the people that are being affected by the problems that continue to plague us. Care about how many people, care about which people. People that may be disenfranchised. People that may not have access to the resources we do. And more importantly, care about what your solutions can offer. Care about how you, perhaps through your small changes, perhaps through your bigger ideas, can contribute towards that specific issue and towards the issues that you care about. Because I'm not going to go stand behind you and ask you to focus on my favorite issues. I'm not going to remind you 10 years from now, when you're in university, when you're in a job, when you're seeking in your own professional development, what you should care about. The caring comes from within, and once you recognize the importance to care and understand the impacts and understand the extent to which the problems continue to persist, then you understand the need to not only innovate, but socially innovate. And that arms you with the most important skill in taking action. the motivation behind it, as well as the understanding behind it. Taking action is obviously essential, because when we have issues, if we don't take steps towards them, these issues will persist. And honestly, it's really simple. Well, kind of. It's simple when you develop that motivation. It's simple when you tie it to the skills and your educational or professional journey. Here we have an artwork. Well, I suck at art, I'm gonna be fully honest, but this student didn't. They tied their own artistic journey, their own educational development, and tied it into a way to express ideas, to empower themselves and others. The second one is something I did because I like maths, and it's something I did for my extended essay. I was modeling populations and modeling and looking at how we can use modeling to inform extinction risk and improve population viability analysis. The last one is a picture of people volunteering at the Red Cross and helping refugees. There is no one shoe fits all solution in taking action. But the one thing that does fit is that these were ideas that people recognized that mattered, and they tied them to their own interests and their own development. Now, there are a few things that I want everybody to do despite their own niche interests, and that is holding others and themselves accountable. I urge you all to foster a culture of intolerance, in that sense that we will no longer sit silent to these issues that continue to plague society on a larger and on a smaller scale. That means holding politicians accountable through voting, through making clear what issues you care about, holding your friends accountable, holding your teachers and your parents accountable. Because only when we resist, only when we demonstrate the need to change, only when we make sure other people also see the problems like we do, only then will they join us in our effort for social change. Because as Mark so kindly said, small steps have an impact, but only when they come together for the ripple effect. And we can directly influence that ripple effect by forcing others to pay attention and unite with us in our cause. So what do I want from you to understand? I want you to understand, firstly, this 3-step framework, which admittedly is somewhat of a simplification. But I want you to understand the need to recognize these issues, to take steps towards them, and hold yourself and others accountable on the choices you make and the way it can impact your own journey. Make sure to hold conversations with people. Make sure to continue reading the news so that next time there's a protest happening in the other part of the world, you know why that happens and know which ways you can help and what messages you can learn from it to bring into your own community. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tanish. I might have to hold you accountable for the tutoring sessions later in the year. But if the audience would like to raise their hands, any doubts, any questions, you have some think time, of course.
Hi, do we have to do the school thing? Well, okay. Hi, I'm Jackie. But I wanted to ask, because when it comes to like taking accountability and really like noticing the issues in your community, do you think that the reason why sometimes people don't do that is a lack of empathy? Because like you mentioned something about like learning how to care. I think that, I mean, I personally think that it's a lack of empathy, but I wanted to see what you thought about it.
Well, I think, again, there's no one size fits all. I can't pretend that everybody's a perfect saint. But I think what makes us humans unique in terms of like animalistic tendencies is that we have the specific ability to have more complex thought and emotion, right? And that's also why we were able to succeed and develop infrastructure, because we were able to communicate and have this empathy. And empathy, as we look at it, is a skill required for social development and for social organization. Chances are, people are more empathetic than you realize. Oftentimes, they just struggle to show it. Might be struggling on internal level, societal reasons, stigma, or fear. And it's important that whilst it's important that whilst you may question them on their empathy, that instead you question them on the issues. That why don't you step out and talk about this? But also making it clear that you're willing to support them and support them through the process on joining you against these issues. Be like, okay, I know you care. Help me understand how I can help you, help me in this fight. And then together, we continue the fight. Any other questions?
Well, thank you so much,
Oh,
Tanish.
just
Oh,
one.
yeah?
Yeah.
I can. Can you raise your hand?
So thank you so much. I think it was short, but a lot to learn from. You said also about it's good to follow news and see what's going on around
Yeah.
the world, what message we get, and how we help. For me, out of curiosity, from your own opinion, just the picture that you showed that people were fighting for humanity and equal rights. What the message you get, and how do you think other can help?
From the picture from Iran?
Yes, for example.
Yes, so I think that's one form of artistic expression, in case for the students here worrying about their subjects. But I think what it shows is defiance, and shows to the authority figures, let's say in Iran, and shows to me that they are unwilling to continue to conform to the expectations that have been thrust upon them, that they are united in their effort, and they're proud about it. And that's
So-
super important.
So the unity and being together.
Yes, well, I mean, not necessarily unity. There's one person here. I think it can be inferred through the publicization, but rather, for me, it's more about pride in your cause and defiance.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
Any more doubts? Can we give Tanish one last round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Tanish. Next up, I would like to welcome our guests from the Hong Kong International School called Yuchang. Through leadership, service, and a passion for empowering others, they inspire their peers to grow with confidence and purpose. Please welcome Harper and Elton.
Thank you.
Go, 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 go.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Elton, do you know how many airplanes take off from Hong Kong International Airport in a day?
I'm actually not quite sure. Maybe around 800 something?
Actually, it's more than 1,000. It's about 1,200 in a day.
Wow, Hong Kong is so small. But how can it be that efficient? This number is competing with countries with far more land than Hong Kong.
This is because of Hong Kong's attitude to break barriers and build bridges. And have a think. What if an airport wasn't just a stopover, but a core to all global hubs?
Yes, I've heard that planners and investors of Hong Kong are creating an airport city with the sole purpose to connect every single one of us closer to the road than ever before. Not just settling with the idea, but embracing it. By using imagination and innovation to turn an ordinary border area into a fully developed airport city. A place designed not only for planes to land, but also a place where people connect, create, and build our future collectively.
My name is Harper.
And I am Elton. We are both students, year 10 students at YCIS HK. A couple weeks ago, back at New Year's Eve, I was counting down into 2026. And on our way home, I saw that Hong Kong's transport was using smart technologies to keep it working at that hour of the day. Makes me wonder what other smart technologies are being used and what big projects are in the making to make our tiny city smarter.
Well, on the edge of Hong Kong, Airport City is a project that fixes the problem of the original airport. And this project helps Hong Kong to connect to the road, and it also enhances the goods and transport better and faster.
I've heard. This vision builds stronger economical and physical bridges. Step by step, they are turning an ordinary airport hub into a fully developed airport city. But before all these achievements, there's always difficulties. To everyone in here, can you raise up your hand if you ever met a difficult situation in life? Oh, that's quite a lot of you. Thank you.
Everyone has experienced a wide array of barriers, and the main barrier of Hong Kong and international airport is reaching its peak capacity with no more room to schedule more planes. And in addition, the airport is also facing limited functionality, outdated infrastructure, and also tougher competitions with other airports, etc. Then, Elton, how did they solve these barriers?
Well, the government faces these problems positively and continues to use smart technologies and new technology to develop more modern areas near border areas, such as the airport city. The airport city solves the original barriers of the old airport by developing a third runway to tackle capacity constraints and increasing the capacity from 75 million to 120 million passengers annually. Can you imagine the massive scale of this increase? 120 million people is more than 12 of Switzerland's population. That's absolutely amazing. That's only the start. Are there any more?
Yes, of course. There are more and more automated machines. For instance, like the integrations of smarter technology, like facial recognition, e-gates, and robotics. It increases efficiency and also elevates every passenger's experience. The airport city not only opens the door to global markets, but also more innovations in the future.
Smart robots and new machines speed up baggage handling and boarding. This cuts times to almost zero. Imagine zipping through everywhere like a VIP. Speaking of VIP, Harper, how does Hong Kong attract this much international goods and people?
Well, this is due to the expansion of the airport city. The already mentioned third runway helped increase the total amount of routes. And today, over 17 new routes have been added since 2018.
This tells us that Hong Kong is already a well-connected city, but it has not reached its full potential, and it gets more thrilling from here. The Hong Kong airport city uses smart and AI analyzing internet data to predict potential aircraft turnarounds or delays to make sure scheduled flights arrive on time. Building on this, the airport city also uses driverless tractors, patrol cars, and shuttle buses for employees to improve efficiency and safety within the airfield. This shows that Hong Kong's airport city is not doing the bare minimum to mitigate its previous problem, but going above and beyond to improve passenger and employee satisfaction.
And this is not the done deal. It's not ending yet. Major challenges like environmental impacts from habitat loss, and also those waste and skyrocketing construction costs and supply chain delays are still emerging. Yet these barriers just break barriers. And I think this airport city is using imagination, innovation, and actual planning execution to turn barriers into bridges.
Hong Kong's development is not just a development, but instead it is a symbol of resilience and collective ambition. When you plan for your future, think of the airport city mindset. Collaborate with the future, connect to unify, and create legacy. Be inspired by Hong Kong's transformation and be the change makers of tomorrow and change today's barriers into tomorrow's bridges.
We collectively must break barriers
and build bridges together. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Okay. No.
Yeah? Sorry, I didn't see you.
Hi, I really like the talk. I have a question about maybe potentially your involvement in this project, or how did you come about to talk about this initiative in Hong Kong and the airport, just out of curiosity?
So where I got this ideas from is ever since I was young, I was been enrolled into this international academy, which is UChong. It has really made me open my eyes and see the world. And this has me wondering, what other projects in Hong Kong helps me connect with the entire world? And I just thought of the airport city. Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there any?
Yeah.
Can see you.
You were saying like some of the like tractors and the buses are like, I think not driven by like employees,
Yeah.
does that how would the how much jobs would still be available for people?
Pardon?
In the Hong Kong city, like the airport, how much jobs would still be available for people if like the cars are driven without them?
Well, Hong Kong is very unique. Our diversity of having a high English and Chinese proficiency allows them to achieve higher jobs and not just selling with drivers, being able to connect with Chinese and Western markets. Hopefully that answers your question. Are there any more? Yeah?
This one first. This one, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hello. How do you compensate for the fact that this huge number of people living in this airport will also increase plane traffic, and this will greatly increase carbon emissions?
I'm not quite getting what you're asking.
Due to the high number of people in this airport, will this not also increase plane traffic and thus increase carbon emissions?
Well, they are building on more greener areas to hopefully mitigate these problems, but this is for what we need to do. We as youth must connect together and find better solutions to what we have today. I hope you get inspired by this.
One more?
One more? Oh, yeah.
So you said that you want to inspire youth to make the same change. What changes would you want to make coming from your speech?
To make the world a better place as like an objective, but smaller goals. I right now are in grade 10 and I'm not quite sure where I'm going, but I do hope to achieve something bigger, and my goals are to be a doctor and hopefully find better cures for the world. And this is how I'm showing what us as youth need to do to be able to create a better world for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last round of applause. Thank you, Harper and Elton. Elton, I don't know where I'm going either yet. I don't know where I'm going either, but this will do it for now. Our last speaker of the day will be Michael Davidson. He's part of our IZL community. He's an entrepreneur in our school who's passionate about sustainability. He designs practical waste teams. I've been part of one myself, and I can tell you, he's not scared of anybody. He tackles down directors or anyone if they're not doing the right thing. He goes to many school events and plans out how the waste will be handled and makes sure it's done in a sustainable way. So please give him a warm welcome. Let's go, Michael.
Hello? Can you hear me? Great. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Amazing. I really liked that talk about Hong Kong airport. It was really cool. Never been to Hong Kong myself, but one day. So, essentially, what does it mean to innovate is my topic of the TED Talk. But before we start, I want to ask everyone a quick question. Think for a second. What does innovate mean to you? Or maybe think of a picture when you hear the word of innovation. I'll give you a second. Have you a word? All right, I'll try to guess it now. Was it a scientist in a lab? Maybe. An engineer? Or a genius startup founder like Mr. Mark Zuckerberg in his gray hoodie? So, while innovation can be a buzzword, I believe that some of these issues, some of these misconceptions and potentially idealistic versions of innovation can be things that hold us back, youth innovators, from creating real change in our societies. So, I believe the real thing that holds people back isn't their creative capabilities or the geniuses. I believe that it's just this inability and sometimes the confidence to create small changes and to step out and create real value to our society. So, today, I'd like to propose an alternative definition to an idea you may have heard of before. So, please take it with a pinch of salt. Think inside the box. I know. Hear me out. We've been told our whole lives to think outside the box. Think of the unimaginable. So now, to think inside the box seems like an understatement to our creative capabilities. However,
many psychologists and experts suggest otherwise. Outside the box thinking can potentially freeze our brains as we begin to force ourselves to think about ideas, to make connections with what doesn't exist. How is that physically possible, you may ask? So, in that spirit, I've come to see that small steps, thinking about how you can work resources around you and how you can push the box, the system that encloses you, is what innovation is truly. So, I believe if you follow these 3 steps, and there's a bit more I will add, you too can become innovators of the 21st century. So, step number 1, analyze your surroundings. Like literally, look around yourself, look to your left, look to your right, look to your neighbor, and even your group chats back at home or in your phones. It's important that you have to understand, where do you get annoyed? Where do you see other people get annoyed? Where do you see that time goes to waste or you lessen your productivity? Or maybe, what social, environmental, ethical, moral problem do you want to help tackle bit by bit in this world we live in today? Ta-da, that's an ecosystem. Now, step 2. Find how people are already tackling challenges today. Or maybe how people are succeeding and failing. Try to iterate and tinker. So the key idea here is that you're not trying to reinvent the wheel. You may have heard this phrase before, but you're trying to see how things already work, because many solutions exist today. You're trying to see how people are currently solving these issues and tackling them in their own corners of the world. This is how humans have been able to learn across centuries. And as many historians and geography teachers call it, this is called collective learning. Without collective learning, society would not be able to progress and innovate how we've been doing for the past hundreds of years. Now, step 3. Now this is where the meat on the bone comes in. Use creative constraints. Constraints are never the obstacles. They are the fuel. If you don't have a budget, you're forced to be clever with resources and with your investors. If you don't have the authority, like many of us believe we don't, we are forced to persuade, be persuasive, and use our naiveness to our advantage. We are young. And so, constraints leverage creativity. They create structure for creativity, which then, in turn, give us purpose to tackle the problems, what enclose us, per se the box, today. As you see the man jumping over, the reason why he is jumping over is because of these constraints. So, step 4. Essentially, you can picture this as the why. Why do we innovate? Well, it is to create new value in our societies. Value means that you help something or someone. You could be helping the inhabitants of the world and the environment. You could be trying to change behavior and help uplift others in your communities or worldwide. Maybe you're trying to make something easier to join, like a friend group or a potential project that you've started working on. So, you may ask yourself, how have I been able to do this in my corner of the world and maybe beyond? Well, I like rubbish. Well, kind of. But I do like managing it. Ever since I was young, I've been growing up in Norway and Switzerland, and I've been enclosed by a beautiful environment and a very nurturing nature. Essentially, I become fixated with sustainability. So, I've been participating at the International Day and Swiss food festivals, managing operations and ensuring that all waste management is been separated and disposed of accordingly. A few years ago, in grade 9, more than a few years ago, but 4 years ago in grade 9, we took all bins around our campus area and centralized them to 2 bin systems. As you can see, something similar here. Then we saw that there were some inconveniences, and we pushed this further. We innovated. We created one main disposal system, as you now see here. This is a picture from last year. Essentially, that way, people were able to dispose of their bin systems with more convenience, more ease, and most importantly, they didn't feel like they were guilty of throwing away their rubbish where it was more easier to do so. So this gave us oversight though most importantly, it allowed people to learn and to throw away in action. Ladies and gentlemen, audience of today, this is thinking inside the box. This experience has then led me to a guiding question from the inside box pushing technique. This is my question here. What shapes our everyday habits? So, this led me to create and to pursue waste audits at our own campus. I wanted to analyze and to understand how behavior of individuals and learn how to translate this to places like our lunchroom. I hope to also do this beyond in businesses and larger facilities. Because I want to understand what ends up where, why, who gets annoyed, who gets frustrated, what is confusing. So, and here are some data to our waste audit in case you are curious. And essentially we plan to use this to generate new layouts for the bin around our campus and beyond, and to potentially leverage AI to help create this and to scale this up. So, I hope you have considered stepping outside your box, outside your comfort zone, and stepping inside the box. So, when we leave this venue, we transition to the gym. I hope that you might consider picking one problem you saw this week, or maybe even today. Get inspired. Use creative constraints that bound you from doing something. And think about the value you want to generate in society through your innovation. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, congrats. You learned what research is. Either way, you're technically innovating. Thank you very much.
So, Michael, before you step off stage, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I can see you better from here.
Yep.
It's me again.
Yeah. Here you go. Wait for the mic.
Oh, yes. It's me again. So it's just the thing is, you spoke a lot about how to grab like a little problem that you see in your daily life and you like turn it into something, like you try to fix it, right? And I can say, at least from my experience, it's a lot easier to say and to think about it as a concept than in your daily life, especially like, I mean, I think a lot of you guys do IB, and you're really busy. Do you think there's like a way to maybe not like a secret medicine or solution, but how would you say, like, I don't know if you probably, this school seems like it gets you guys really busy because you guys are all really smart. But how do you manage making change and also having a busy schedule with school, essentially?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Well, I hope this doesn't disappoint you very much, but there is no single recipe. I think Tanner summed this up very well. There's no shoe that fits all. And that's kind of the beauty of it, because you have to figure out a way for yourself. And for me, the way I figured it out is being uncomfortable. Essentially, for me, comfort is uncomfort. I hope that's not too meta. But this is just what I'm doing right now, speaking in front of an audience. Being uncomfortable is what drives me to make change. For example, if I can go back, picking up the waste, sometimes with bare hands, is also not very comfortable. And this just pushes you to also consider the impacts of the environment and the potential just seconds of poor decisions being made by hundreds, leading up to, as you can see on the left, which we have separated, to waste like this. So to answer your second part of the question, how I balance my education, well, I prioritize my goals. Who do I want to become in the future? What do I value? And I base my education of that. This is a really important thing that you want to consider as you move on to university, further studies, job, you name it. It's just to do and to pursue what you value. Because in the end of the day, I hope money is not what drives people to do what they do. I hope that is a byproduct. And the idea is that you are doing what you like to do, but at the same time, what is like, what fuels you to do this? So from the inside. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Manushka.
Hi, my name is Anushka, and I wanted to ask about what were the few trends that you noticed from your waste audits that you did?
Yeah, of course. I was actually kind of hoping for that question. So, as you can see in this picture, our IZL students are doing an amazing job at disposing of aluminium. The material feels different in the hand, of course, and it is quite obvious that almost no other waste has gone into the aluminium boxes, except for just 0.4% compost, which was roughly 5 grams. Then the other pattern we've seen that with PET is a little bit different of a story. Despite both trash cans, bins being labeled almost identically, except for one's being PET blue, one alu yellow, there is a slight difference. And I believe from this data it's quite evident that the layout of the bins has played a significant role. As we can see in one PET, we have received much more, in one PET we received much less miscellaneous trash and also paper napkins, as opposed to other bins, where we received more liquids, so completely filled bottles being thrown away instead of emptied or being drunk. So essentially, this just shows that the layout does matter, though what shows this layout matters even more are these two pictures. As you can see, they are subtly different. However, there's more cardboard being thrown away here as opposed to the other. So I was just trying to figure out a solution to this. So essentially, this all-waste bin is very close to where we have a cardboard bin, as opposed to this bin. This bin is very close to where we are standing right now, and I'm still trying to process the way we can rearrange the bins in order to kind of optimize the disposal. But essentially, as you can see with this colorful graph chart, a lot of waste is compost, even though we, IZL, have compost boxes. Can you imagine? Almost half of what's being thrown away in our all-waste bins by mass can be composted or recycled, which is, in my opinion, a habit flaw, and I hope that we could also ensure that our bin systems can facilitate these good habits in the future. So that's, yeah, hopefully that answers your question in a bit more detail than expected, but yeah.
Any more questions? Well, in that case, I have one for you, Michael. So you've designed waste systems and led sustainability projects. What's one small change students or schools, I told you my voice was getting tired, schools could make to reduce waste efficiently?
I think I'd like to go back to the International Day. So essentially, IZL hosts an annual community fair attended by over 1,700 participants. And the idea is that there are many, many food courts, food stands around the perimeter of the, essentially it's a playground. And people buy stuff, people eat stuff, people drink stuff, which is all great, it's all part of the fun. And the only problem is, without a centralized or at least semi-centralized bin system, people would feel confused, even though there's a lot of awareness projects around where they should throw away. And more so, it just becomes inconvenient for people who have to run around with, parents holding their kids' hands or having to run off to, pick up their, children from sports activities and leave the venue. Or maybe they just would like to move on and try other food. So essentially making this system easy for parents, easy for students, easy for everyone would just keep building good habits. And as people can throw away by themselves with our guidance, it's essentially just also kind of fixates the, these daily habits that I've repeated quite a lot. But essentially just organized bin systems and centralized systems are essential to any community fair which school holds or any large event. Yep.
Perfect, thank you. If there's no more questions, please give Michael another round of applause.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to all the speakers. One more round of applause, please. I'm going to follow Michael's advice and stay inside my box. It does feel easy to just step off and leave, but I'll stay inside. For one last thing, I would like to invite all of the speakers up. Michael, Tanish, Harper, and Elton, please come up. Round of applause. This is one last chance to just express our gratitude to them. If anyone has any questions for any of them, please do ask. I do have one question for Harper because Elton took all the shots on his presentation. So, Harper, you train younger students in you lead in academics and performing arts. What has been the most rewarding part of mentoring or inspiring others?
I think like teaching people with different talents has helped me to like train my skills and also like help others to also learn more stuff about it. And I think which is quite meaningful like for different people and also like my friends and also peers to know more about like stuff they don't know and I can teach them about. Yeah.
Well, if no one has any more questions for our speakers, please give them one last round of applause to all of them. You guys can step off stage. Well done to all of you. So, in summary, this session has shown us that big changes often start small. One idea, one action, one step at a time. You stay inside your box, try to expand those boundaries, and then boom, you have a big change. Just let's take this energy, get inspired, and make the smallest change that can create a ripple that leads to something extraordinary. Go out there and make your small changes count. Lastly, I would like to let you know that now we have a bit under 10 minutes. You guys can connect around this area, but soon we're gonna have to start making our way to the gym where we can think, explore, connect with other speakers that have attended YFS, and that's a good chance to network, meet new people, and meet powerful people. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you enjoyed the day.